Check, check, microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. We're working. Hey there, guys. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. So, as I promised, Ghost of Tsushima, a new game plus. I think I did medium last time. Supposedly this is even harder. And it was hard enough. So I'm kind of tempted to go easy plus. Hmm. You know what? We're gonna go medium plus. And from what I remember, we can change the... let's go standard. Wait, no, subtitle, yes. Definitely subtitle. Companion's name. No. Where are we going? What's happening? I don't even remember how to play this game. Right now, G. I think it's G. Shinya Prefecture. Nope. Yoshi Prefecture. Hey, but what are we supposed to do? Check out this fire. Let's check out this fire. I don't remember this. The beginning. Liberate Okawa Dojo. What? Now we have everything unlocked. Oh, okay. Oh shit, we don't have any of the charms. Oh, we do, but I don't remember what charms did I have. Oh, geez. Okay. I definitely had one with the dogs. And this one as well. Farm of Okuninushi. Wait, that's it? Oh, dang it. Okay. Okuninushi. There. Slowly recover health out of combat. That was one. Is the dogs not what's it called? What are these called? I don't know. Golden charm? Let's see these minor charms. Maybe it's here. Not bad either. Slowly recover up to 2 resolve while in combat. Oh, I did have these. I remember that. This was the other one. 40% remove hidden sight. Detection. Hidden sight is here, okay. I could use this as well. There we go. This is it. Charm of K9 recruitment. Okay, wait, what did I? Reduce enemy detection and stop hunting faster. Enemy detection increase resolve gains by massive amount. Okay. Let's see about these. Damage. Damage. Kunai. Increase melee damage. Prevents interrupted melee attacks. 30% chance. Landing a headshot has 40%. Arrows are silent on impact. With the blessing of the deer kami, bows can shoot up to 3 arrows. Okay. And naming a bone, it takes 1.75 seconds to log into a target's head. Killing enemies restores a moderate amount of health. Let's see about this, however, it's killing arrow. Arrow will now revives you at 50% of your maximum health. So we should do this probably. Parries, perfect parries, and dodge. This would be nice as well. Perks and abilities that terrify are 24 more likely to occur. Whenever you heal using Z, your perfect parry and additional. No. Enemy struck by black powder, not using enough. I mean, hidden while assassinating enemies from grass. Tempting. Tempted, I should say. Assassinated enemies drop additional ammo or supplies. With the blessing of the feline, Kami throw kunais. Oh. Press control to focus on an enemy who has begun to detect you. When chimes release poison, increase supplies per turn. I'm not sure if we have any supplies or not. Gain twice as much ammo from pickups, doubles the effect of minor charms. If it is the only minor charm of the same category equipped. Not really, I think all of ours is stealth. So 2 additional kunai. Smoke bombs restores 25% of your health. Stick bombs knock down all affected targets, leaving them vulnerable for longer. That's it. Wait a second. I think I saved this, but I'm not sure if I still have it saved or not. And even if I saved it, I have absolutely no idea where. I'm just gonna look in a couple of places. And if it's not there, that's it. That's not here. Where else can I check? It's not. Definitely not. Pictures, I kind of doubt. Yeah, no. Save pictures. I don't even know why that's there. Yeah, okay, I don't know if I have it saved, I don't know where it is. So anyway, oops, not that. Yeah, so many swords. We're gonna stick with this, the Storm of Clan Sakai. This is for the smaller one. Alright, outfit. Where's the Sakai outfit? Sakai clan armor. I'll look out. But we're gonna stick to that. Alright, face. Sakai mask. And here. Find. Refined. There we go. Right. Weapons. Have bow, longbow, blowgun, rope. Let's do the blowgun. Kunai, smoke, incendiary. The smoke. Got absolutely nothing. Well, we do have 2 hallucination darts. Alright. Accessories. Ooh, which one was that? I don't remember. Can I preview? I guess not. I don't remember. Anyway. Definitely the Sakai horse armor. Alright. Journal. Okay. This is what we have to do. Speak with the mysterious merchant. Echoes between worlds. What? Huh? Where's the first part? Yeah, we still have to get some stuff. We have only half the records. Still have to get some banners. I think we still have to get some other stuff as well. Right. These accessories. Why do these accessories still show up? There we go. All right. So. Ooh. Okay, I have to remember how to do everything. Merchant. Okay. There's a merchant. Jean's journey. The warrior's code. Yuna is searching for her brother. Okay. And the tale of Sensei Ishikawa. Okay. Destroy the black powder cache. Okay, let me try and remember how to play this. I really don't remember. Oh, you're not gonna move? Okay. Then... some supplies. I mean, incendiary something. More supplies. Don't slaughter. That's a big guy. Ooh, there's the dogs. I'm gonna try to stay quiet as much as possible. Slaughter, actually, I think it doesn't kill them. Alright, anymore. Okay. Hey there, Leo. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, shit. How are you doing, Leo? Heavy weapons. I don't want to go too close to the dogs because they're gonna sniff us out. There we go. And suffering. Didn't expect to be up this early. You? You are up pretty early. And that is true. You couldn't sleep or what's up? Isn't there a way up? There should be a way up. There's the black powder thing that we can blow up. Or that we have to blow up. Shit. I don't want to set up the I don't want to ignite it. It does ignite automatically. I mean, it blows up. Trying to stay quiet for now. Well, as quiet as this is. I did sleep. It's like one of those days I wake up and my bed is like, alright, that's it. I'm awake now. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, hey, at least you have more time to do stuff. I was about to say, nobody has anything on them. Yeah, we could go other charm. With getting more stuff. About 2 months for Horas, and I still need to assemble one of them. Months for Horas? Wait, you have Horas? Look this up. Oh no, I won't. Or will I? Or did I should say. Yeah, no, it doesn't see the body, so that's good. Not yet, but the mounts are here first. Oh, so you did order some Horas. Or you will, at least. So nice to be able to pick up everything. Inside those 3, I can't really get. Ah, that's critical strike, so that definitely won't kill him. I have that still out. Put it away. What I want is in back order, so I have no idea when they keep on manufacturing more. What do you want? I was also looking at Horas. I actually have one on my wish list, kinda wish list. Okay, so that's how you do it. Stick base and the throttle. I already have a stick handle. I got on eBay. Okay. If we kill either of the 2, the other one is gonna see. Let's go for the dogs. God dang it. Problem is, I think we can get one of them, but not both. No. Ah, jeez. Okay, I really have to remember shit. Okay, this is how you change stuff. Let's change to this. Yeah, put it away. Okay, I think it's Alt. Or I don't know, what the heck am I doing? Okay, Control. Ah, there we go, it's Control. Okay. This is throw. What am I throwing? Shit. Oh, okay. Oh, that is how you change. Okay, good. Wind chimes. Actually, that's what we need. I think. That. Okay, that worked. Good. I have a Hora saved, but it's on the work laptop, so I'm not sure. And I'm debating. That's why I didn't order it yet. I'm debating if I should or not, because I'm not sure if I would use it enough to be worth it. I would rather like to try one out first. Lauter. Fuck it. You're gonna stay there, aren't you? Oh, yeah, you're gonna stay there because you cannot get out. Never mind.
This is how we
No, okay, this is annoying. I do remember this. Give me whatever he had. There we go. Smoke bombs. Wind chime. You have to get this sniper. Yeah, I guess sniper. Can't I just dangle around? Oh, those are two more dogs. I will certainly use it now that they added generic quotas remapping to space engineers. Now I see. I could probably get that guy. No. Well, if he goes underneath, we can get that. And he dead. I don't remember if we can get that. If we shoot that, if it's gonna get those three guys. But you know what? Let's blow up the whatever. The thingy thing. Wait, where is it? Oh, there. Get the heck away from there. Ah, dang it. Okay, I have to change. He has a shield. I wasn't paying attention. I have to change stance. This. Ouch. Ouch. Ah, dang it. They are messing up big time. Okay. That's bullshit. All right. No, I didn't move. That's bullshit. This does not start good. And this is bullshit that you don't get back your resolve. I keep moving. This is what drives me crazy. Fuck you. Those red things are like special kind of attacks. Whoa, what was that? What was that about? Ah, shit. I could have attacked him. I should have. Could have. Come on, I fucking... No, you fucking kidding me. This is not gonna go like this. No, not... Don't. Fucking move! I'm pressing the button. Couple more hits. Oh my god, sorry, serious. Fine, a fucking lead. Ah, jeez. Oh. This is why I'm sticking with freaking stealth.
You know about the samurai who's going around killing people? My wife's mother saw him. He's real. A real samurai. A thief. What do you mean? Some coward stole a dead samurai's
Oh,
armor?
you are fighting game that uses weapons or does want to move and combos. Layers of clothing is considered armor.
They say the samurai is working with a woman.
Okay,
She's the one who's
interesting.
no. That's my younger brother.
I mean, the name, it sounds familiar, but I don't know. I probably saw it. Oh, no basketball today. All right. Anyway, moving on. Oh, what you gotta tell us?
Before the Mongols invaded. Another samurai? Alive? I thought Lord Jinroku was the only one. I don't know the name. He's in Kashinen, my lord. I'm sure he would be happy to see you. I'm curious to meet him.
Bodies left rotting on stakes.
Okay.
The Mongols are demons.
Heard. Location or whatever. Rumored something. No. Wait, where's that? Actually? Where's that? Oh, down here. The franchise with multiple entries. I played 4 on the PS3. I don't know. I don't know. It does sound familiar. Doesn't it have a PC version as well?
Hostile movement.
It's either that one. What am I doing? Going away from where I want to go. I might have if it doesn't have a PC version, I might have just seen it in a video or something. Soul Calibur 6 is on Steam. Yeah, I think I saw it in a video. That's swear it sounds familiar from. I think I saw it in a video either way, is what I mean.
Who will fight?
Even if it's on PC. I don't know, dude. I told you. I don't know half of the games that I own. That's right. Let's see. I think it was this. Sounds like it was this that I had. I think we have to go that. Wait, this is not my horse. What am I doing? Sorry, Nobu. We have something nearby. That yellow bird. That's what it's saying. There's something nearby. Baku the Voiceless. He is new.
Who are you?
Does have a voice. Tire. Colors. Okay, let's start with these ones. The Way of the Flame inflicts additional damage. Heavy attacks spread fire to nearby enemies. Oh wait, actually we cannot do those. They're 25. We already have the canine recruitment. This is 15. 15. Okay, so that's the top 4. Actions that use resolve cost twice as much. Huh? Why would I get this? What the heck? These are supposed to help you. Not to dumb you down. The actual heck. You will never gain resources or ammo from fallen enemies. What the actual heck are these? Successful enemy attacks will kill you. Aryan will disable. What? All combat is much bloodier. What the heck? Ghost mode, right? These are some. I don't know about these hats. Wolf. 10. Oh, wait, we do have 10? Oh, we do have 10. Okay. Beast of Prey. Midnight Snarl. Jade Elder. Ancient Dragon. Majestic Samurai Clan Mask. I'm wearing Oni. Look up. Ocean of Blood, Adachi Dragon Mask, Sarugami's Wrath, Elegant Ghost Mask. Okay.
Goodbye.
Not gonna get anything just yet. Goes between worlds. Complete. I can't explain it, but I feel as if I've walked this path before. Only now something is different. Someone is waiting for me on Lake Izuhara. Okay, that I guess it was well, what we had done. I mean, it is what we had done, but I think that's what it was in the description anyway. We still have to upgrade to the max. I guess we do. We have some of everything. Okay. So now the question is what is that question mark, first of all? That is most probably what the yeah. This is what the bird was showing us. Ariake haiku. Compose a haiku. Reflect on refuge. A world's reflection. Calm waters, calm mind. Or a golden temple. So what we gotta do is we gotta choose one of each. We're gonna have three of these. Okay, calm waters, calm mind. Let's go with that. Darkness fades in brilliant light. Growth that shelters all it sees. Submerged deep in nature's shade. That shelters all it sees. 30 do we stand, ever unbending. We arise together. Ever unbending.
Calm waters, calm mind. Growth that shelters all it sees. Ever unbending.
And we got one ghost flower. Okay, so now we get ghost flowers from these. Initially we were getting, where is it? Headbands. Let me see if I can find one. Or we don't have them anymore? I don't think. Thing is, it was saying what we chose on the right side, at least from what I remember. There we go. Wait, this is the one that we just got now. Calm waters, calm mind, growth that shelters all it sees, ever unbending. I guess we don't have them anymore. Oh well. G? No, H. Come on, Nobu. I remember watching Stealth at 100% on this game back when he was streaming, but I don't remember anything about it. I did already play it through. This is the new game plus. I have to finish the game like this as well. Oh, who's seeing us? What animal is seeing us? I bet it's a bear. Oh no, it's they are boars. Anyway. So, next question is, should we go for the side mission? Should we go for some main missions? One of the main missions? Or should we go for something else? Maybe we should get the Golden Temple since we're here. And after that, decide what we're gonna do. Oh, hi guys.
You think I'm scared? Ha!
Nobody alive? Yeah, that's not what I meant to press first. So I do have this, what do you call it? This thing where I'm gonna play the flute after I kill some enemies. Come on, Nobu. Good boy. Yes, flute, and no, not tactical flute. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Have you ever seen someone trained with the bamboo stands? My brother. Never heard of it. My armor will dull the Mongols' weapons.
Oh. Thing is here. Why are you here? Does that mean that there is a thing that popped up? That's what it meant before. A yellow bird means that there is something. It shows us where there are things like this. Another ghost flower. Okay, so now there are ghost flowers in these places. Nope. That is not what I meant to do, dang it. Oh shit. Okay.
In Komoda,
Yo,
the
what's up?
Mongols attacked.
My lord, are you heading to join the rest?
What do you mean?
I've heard of a small resistance group gathering in Azamo Prefecture.
There are others fighting back against the Mongols? Brave. But dangerous if they're not trained. I'll find them.
Other side mission. Down south. I wish the New Game Plus started from the beginning as well. Right, I remember these are gonna bring us up north. But you know what? Let's do them.
My lord, you made it.
Not all the samurai died at Komoda.
Lord Shimura, I know.
Not him. Apparently, there's one the Mongols didn't capture.
If that's true, we need to carry on.
Are you hunting for Shigenori's heavenly strike as well, my lord?
That technique is only one of myth.
The musician Yamado insists the myth is real.
I'm not surprised. People often speak of his stories with excitement.
I heard the tale near Komatsu Forge. If it's as powerful as the story claims, let's hope you never face the technique in battle.
Heard Mongol horns blowing inside Castle Kaneda. Wonder what happened there.
And another one. This is one of these. Mythic tale. So I guess these are new. Oh yeah, the first cycle. Okay. Don't think we have anything here.
Lord Sakai!
Oh, never mind.
It's good to see you. Gonjiro, right? You served Lord Nagao. He was a good man. I'm sorry we lost him.
I'm honored you recall a humble household servant. So many of us here owe you our lives.
I'm afraid the fight for our home is just beginning.
That's why we want to help, my lord. People started donating what they could, and... Please, accept these gifts.
Thank you, Gonjiro. And everyone else who contributed.
We'll keep donating what we can, here and elsewhere, as word of your victory spread. May the Kami keep you from harm.
It is available. And linen. And iron. And bamboo.
May I look after your bow, my lord?
Now, let's see if we can do. Well, we cannot do anything.
And you know what
But if we.
Don't have a bow?
I lost mine at Komoda Beach.
I'd give you one if I had it. Though, if Sensei Ishikawa's alive, I hear he has a fine collection of weapons. Bring one to me, and I'll make sure it's in the best possible condition.
I actually do have the bow.
You lack the
Both
required
bow.
materials. Very sorry.
Okay, so there is one level that we don't have. Damage, draw speed, and stability for the longbow. Damage, draw speed, stability, and reload speed for a short half bow.
Farewell.
Okay, so that is correct. We can upgrade stuff once more, but only once. Oh, supplies. Okay.
My lord, you made it.
I came straight here. Stayed off the roads, just like you said, Lord Sakai.
I'm glad you got here safely. How is your little one holding up?
He's braver than his father. People didn't believe it when I told them a samurai sent us here.
Take care of yourself. And the little one.
The people here don't have much to offer, but we'll do everything we can to help.
Okay. The dialogues are low. So we're gonna up those.
See that? I told you. There's always hope.
There you are. Wondering where did I leave Noble?
Good horse, Noble.
Right. Okay, let's go. Okay, and it's G, right? For the win, yes. Okay. Go on the other side of the lake. So I'm gonna go around.
Faster, Noble.
All right, which way? That, not that way. Probably there. Like right there. Mongol territory. That was not for us. Gladly. We could stand off, but I'm not sure how many of them are there. I see 5, 6 so far. Ooh, that was way too close. Game and set the language to something other than English. I don't remember. I don't think that I did.
Sonor Serumste.
Can we move?
Hanoi.
Shit.
Hanoi.
Okay, thankfully we're still good. I was thinking about doing this, doing that with this game. Ah, dang it. That I did not mean to do that. I meant to take that. But actually, I do see some things down here, so... Oh, that's that. I tried the original Guild Wars in Spanish. It felt unusual. I don't know, like different game. I mean, does Wildlands count? They speak lots of Spanish there, or whatever. No, 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 no. We don't go. Shit. You're gonna die from this guy. Yeesh. No. Stop it. Damn it. I'm pressing the wrong buttons.
Thank you.
Thank you, what? Oh, okay. There reinforcements? Action.
It had to be done.
With violence, I didn't mean like the main, the main language. You know, just the civilians and stuff. You know, rebels. And Santa Blanca, and you need, well, everybody basically. Okay, I'm just gonna get this guy. Fuck it. Bye. There we go. That's what I meant to do. All this time. But I don't know. I don't recall playing any game in another language. But maybe that I did. I just don't remember it. Isn't this where we... Oh, no, this is not where we were supposed to be. A bit more north.
That's Yuna.
That does sound like Yuna. Where is she?
Let's go, Nobu.
Down here? I go and picking bamboos and flowers and stuff. Oh, okay. I guess we're not going in there
You found me.
with with the horse.
You handled that well.
I should have heard him coming. Let myself get distracted. These people saw Mongols marching prisoners upriver. They had a blacksmith with them.
Your brother?
Sounds like it. They were taking him to a camp near the Kaneda Inlet.
I know the place.
You'll be all...
The Warrior's Code.
Did you find any samurai to free your uncle?
Not yet, but I'm still searching.
I'm sure you'll find someone soon.
Overlooked by the Mongol prison camp. Okay. Where? There. Okay. Before that, let's go this way. What is the question mark here? Survivor camp. It's probably uphill.
Hey, Jin!
Quickly,
Yeah, okay, fine.
Taka can help you, after we save him. Hard to believe I might see him soon.
He's lucky to have you.
He might disagree.
That's what siblings are for.
What about you? Any brothers or sisters?
Lord Shimura is my only family.
What will you do when he's free?
Take a breath. Because then I'll know there's hope for our island.
You feel that strongly?
I've watched him win victory against impossible odds. And after your brother is free, what then?
Honestly, I haven't had time to think about it. You're riding well. How are your wounds?
Mostly healed. Your bandages did the trick.
You don't share much about how you feel, do you?
I suppose you're right. My uncle taught me that a samurai masters his emotions, like you master a horse, or a blade.
That's a hard way to live.
It's not supposed to be easy.
Okay, we're on this side of the river, I guess.
Faster, Nobu! There's a spot up ahead that overlooks the river.
Should give us a good view of the Mongol camp.
There we
There's
go.
the camp. Tough to get inside.
The Mongols threw that place together in days. There has to be a way in. Let's look.
We need to reach Taka without putting him in danger.
We'll find a safe approach. Defenses in back are formidable. You could scale the rocks on that side.
If they're loose, they might give way. Alert the guards.
The front wall there is still under construction.
Could be a way in. We can look for a gap in the front wall. Slip inside.
And cut down the Mongols where they stand.
If something goes wrong, they'll kill the prisoners. I've seen them do it. We have to go in quietly.
Like thieves.
What's wrong with that?
Before the samurai, this island was ruled by criminals. We changed that by creating order and delivering justice in the open. We live by a code of honor. And sometimes we die by it. Warriors like my father, we just wanted to give us a safer home.
I want the same thing. But we have to fight back.
promised my uncle I'd never break our code.
Then bend it. To save my family. And what's left of yours.
Let's get a closer look. See what we're up against.
We should wait until it gets darker.
Darker? Isn't it dark enough already?
Let's move.
The heck? Reminds me of a dialogue in Diablo 3. One of the main characters wants to
Hagar.
retire.
He's been through a lot, even before the invasion.
But you took care of him.
Someone had to. He hated when I stole. But it was that or starve. I didn't have a choice.
I didn't choose to be a samurai either. But going against my instincts, my code.
It's better than getting wiped out by the Mongols. We have to fight back. Any way we can.
Speaking
here.
of Diablo, I actually got Diablo 4 as one of the games from Humble Monthly. Kinda curious to try.
If they see us, they'll kill the prisoners.
Then we better stay quiet. And open their throats.
What do you think, Jin?
The bear's running with a limp. Your arrow wounded him.
This is when a beast is most dangerous. Remain alert.
Yes, Uncle.
Keep after him.
I didn't think bears lived here.
They don't. But the fighting in Yarikawa drove some this way.
So it's the rebels' fault. We should feed them to this bear as punishment.
We are not barbarians, Jin.
The bear stumbled here. Is it dying?
No. But we're getting closer. Stay ready, Jin.
Yes, Uncle. If it's still alive, can I take the shot?
Prove you can control your emotions. Then, perhaps.
We got him.
Careful. He could still be alive. This arrow should not have killed him.
Look, Uncle. There's a gash in his side. Not from an arrow.
An assassin! From Yarikawa!
Traitor! You would stab the Chido in the back!
Rosakai! Control yourself. We are not criminals, like this man here. We are samurai.
He tried to kill you! He must answer for this crime with his life.
Look him in the eye. And teach him that samurai never acts out of anger or fear. And take his life with honor. When we fight, we face our enemy head on. When we take their life, we look them in the eye with courage and respect. This is what makes us samurai. Only cowards strike from the shadows.
Jin, what's wrong?
Let's find your brother.
I can't let them see us.
Use all your senses. Think and move like a thief.
Here!
We're upstairs. Making sure that these guys don't drop anything. Giant water tanks? What? These? The tents? That's a good question.
There, a prisoner. Let's find out. It's not Taka.
How'd you get in here?
We need to go. We'll talk when it's safe.
Come on.
Guy inside, you have to get him. Targeting too many tanks here. Yeah, yesterday. I guess that would make you think that they are tanks. Water tanks. I have to play that. I still have to play that game. I have way too many games that I have to play.
Let's get to the river. We'll be safe there. Are you with the Straw Hat Ronin?
I was. Cut ties with them after they started running low on rations.
Lord Shimura's been captured, and I could use some extra swords to free him. Are you looking for work?
No, but the other Straw Hats may be. Last I heard, they were hunting Mongols in Tsutsu Prefecture, by the coast near the Kishi grasslands.
Nice gaming in a spreadsheet. Right. I am doing better though. I am doing better. I'm actually finishing games, so that's good.
This way. We're looking for my brother, a blacksmith named Taka.
Don't know him, but a lot of prisoners move through here.
You said they were moving the slaves. Where?
They mentioned Azamo Bay. And there was a blacksmith in the last group. A young man with a beard. From Yarikawa, maybe.
You'd better be right.
I hope you find your blacksmith.
Taka's alive in Azamo Bay.
The town is surrounded by walls. Rushing in without a plan will only put him in more danger.
I have a friend who might be able to get us inside.
Find him. The sooner we rescue Taka, the sooner we save my uncle.
Jin. Taka will forge whatever tool you need as soon as he's free. But after that, we're leaving the island.
You've seen what the Mongols are doing here. Lord Shimura can stop them. Stay. Help us fight for a home.
Home is wherever Taka and I go. My friend lives in Azamo Prefecture, on the border with Tsutsu.
I'll find you there.
I know this wasn't easy. Going against your code.
I did what I had to.
Thank you.
Castle Canada.
Lord Shimura, you deserve better than this. Convince your people to stop resisting, and you can walk free.
Stop wasting my time. Kill me.
You think you've lost everything. But your nephew is still alive.
Jin.
My men control the roads. They build war camps near your towns. They see everything, and they will find him.
Lord Sakai will fight until his last breath. As will I.
You love him. Just as you love your people. You're a father to them. Will you abandon your children?
I won't make them your slaves.
There you go. 5 ghost flowers. Oh wait, how do you... I don't remember, how do you get into photo mode? Is it B? It is B. Good, good, good. I like the fact that everything actually keeps moving besides people and, well, animals. The Broken Blacksmith. Meet Yuna at her friend's home in southern Azamo. Hey, wasn't Azamo? Yeah, Azamo Bay, right there. There should be Yuna. Question mark. Wait. This thing. Which is probably a fox. Yep. Fox then. Now we follow the fox. No! Dang it. Where's the fox? Oh, there you are. Goodbye. Let's get back to Noble. Alright. So maybe we could go for Sensei Ishikawa.
Hill!
Are you cowards?
After this.
Sure you don't want to run away?
Good boy.
Right. So keep going. We will most probably find some more on the way there anyway.
Quickly, number.
At some point it gets annoying. It starts being like Breakpoint, where every other step you encounter some guys. We're going the wrong way, aren't we? Kinda, not really. Maybe. Also discover. You would have to go down for that. And some more ores. It's like Breakpoint, you can collect flowers. Right. I guess it is like Breakpoint in that matter. Survivor camp. Hello, peeps.
How many horses
forces you suppose the Mongols brought on their ship? Lord Sakai, you must do something. It's Kii's sake brewery in Azamo.
That brewery is the pride of Tsushima. I remember the first time I tried Kii's sake.
Soon there will be none left. The Mongols are taking it by force.
I'll see what I can do.
Location. Right next to the other one. It is going south though, so that's cool. That's good. And you had something to say.
May Kami protect your path, my lord.
My mother believed Inari is my guardian. She saw a fox chasing fireflies outside our home the day I was born.
She knew that foxes are Inari's messengers in our world. When you see one, always follow where it leads.
I will. Thank you.
Wind's been stronger than usual.
Okay, I was telling us about following the foxes, which we just did.
But they had the cheat though. Nobody can break him. Not even the Mongols. I guess we can.
Okay,
Come,
what
see what I can make for you.
do
my
you
lord.
have? Ranger capacity upgrade.
I'm sorry. I need more for that.
Okay, so we can upgrade these as well, and all of them use predator hide. 20, 30. 5, 6, 7. Seven times 30 plus 3 times 20.
I'll see you again.
A lot of predator hide.
Until we next
Okay.
meet, my lord.
Ooh, and you? What do you have?
May I assist you, my lord?
I don't know.
Lord
Show me what
Saka.
you got.
You survived the invasion?
So far. Have we met before?
No, my lord. But I watched you ride into battle. Please accept this gift. If you wear it, they say a spirit will lead you to whatever you're looking for.
Sounds like something you could use yourself.
Not with Mongols prowling the countryside. But if it leads you to any flowers, bring them to me, or other traders. We can use them to fashion dyes.
I'll remember that. Thank you.
If you can bring more, it's yours.
I cannot tell if these are new. Or I had these and I just have to rebuy them. Anyway,
Thank you for all you are doing, my lord.
right, where are we going? Just follow this road for now, I guess.
Faster, move.
Or not road. Gotta go this way. Which is leading to a road. More boars. Wait, how did they die? Oh, you're still alive. remember somehow you can parry, or not even sure, those blue attacks. I don't remember how to do it though. Oh wait, what am I wearing? What the heck? I just noticed. The Travelers, right, okay. I want the Sakai clan armor, though. Wait, no, this is not the Sakai. Dang it, it was up here. This one. There we go. I think I hear a bear down there. Think. I should have continued. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Then all of that is discovered. I should actually leave the Traveler's outfit on. That helps with, or at least from what I remember, that's the one. It helps with Fog of War. Like it discovers more. What's that? But that's the fishing village. And we've been through. We didn't stop there, but we've been through. Okay, that should be fine. Now let's move to our next task. Quest, mission, whatever the heck you want to call it. Sensei Ishikawa's dojo. Good. This is where we were supposed to be.
Sensei Ishikawa's dojo. There was a struggle here. Better look around. Dried blood. The fight wasn't recent. Someone was wounded. Remove the arrow. Bloody footprints. The victim or the attacker. Maybe the sensei is in his house.
I just came from
Humble
here.
home for a samurai.
Don't move.
Sensei Ishikawa.
Lord Sakai's boy. You survived Komoda.
We could have used your bone.
I was on my way when bandits attacked me.
Are you expecting them to return?
A samurai is never caught by surprise. I'm sorry about Lord Shimura. He was a good man.
He's alive. Taken captive by the Mongols.
Then there's hope.
That's why I've come. Help me save him.
I can't. My student is missing. A skilled archer.
I will help you look. Then you can both help me free Lord Shimura.
Try and keep up, Sakai.
The Tale of Sensei Ishikawa.
Who else made it out of Komoda?
No one knows.
Are there any others who can fight back?
Besides us? I don't know yet.
You'd better find out quickly. We can't free your uncle by ourselves.
I can help track your student.
I need no help tracking Tomoe.
Tomoe. A woman. From what clan?
No clan. A peasant. But she can outshoot any samurai I know. Even you, Sakai.
The last time I saw you was 10 years ago.
You came to study with me.
You remember?
I remember most of the students I reject.
Instead, you took this Tomoe as your student.
You showed promise. Tomoe is a prodigy.
Mongols!
Take them. Fight like drunk tanuki.
They fought well enough at Komoda.
Even tanuki can catch a tiger when it's sleeping. Tomoe's trail picks up here. Come! The Mongols took Fort Nakayama. That patrol likely came from there.
That's close to the hot springs.
The town will be the next to fall.
Something happened here.
An ambush. Look around.
Blood, but not much.
No one died.
Rice and millet. Left uneaten.
The attack was sudden.
A Japanese quiver.
A gift to my greatest student. I fear the worst. Tomoe would never leave that quiver behind.
Unless she was pursued.
Or captured.
To what end?
Interrogation, torture. Worse.
They may be doing the same to Lord Shimura.
Fear is a weapon, Sakai. Do not let the Mongols use it against you.
Your student. Where would they take her?
Fort Nakayama. The fort is nearby. I should have fought at Komoda with you.
Better you didn't. We lost enough there.
Why did the samurai fail?
The Mongols fought like animals.
Wrong answer.
I saw it with my own eyes.
An archer's aim relies not on eyes, but on body, mind, and spirit. Stop here. We need to talk.
What's wrong, Sensei?
This bow was a gift to me from Lord Nagao many years ago.
It's a beautiful weapon.
Of course it is. And there's nothing more painful to me than a perfect bow ineptly used.
Then it's a good thing you're giving it to me.
Who said anything about giving? Prove you can shoot straight. I'll let you borrow it. Try it out before we go into battle. Aim for that lamp closest to us. Good. Now the one further down the road. On the left. Not bad. Let's see if you can hit the one furthest away. The further the target, the more your arrow drops. How does it feel?
Like it was made for me.
It wasn't. So take good care of it. Let's go.
A bow like this would have helped at Komoda.
It is a good bow, but victory is won by warriors, not weapons.
You haven't seen the Mongols fire weapons.
They have not yet won. Fort Nakayama.
I hope your student is inside.
We'll get a better look at the defenses from up there. This spot is perfect.
I'll find a way in. Open the gate. Then we hit them.
Do you always charge into battle with your hakama half-tied?
You have a better idea?
Patience, Sakai. The Mongols will send men to find their missing patrol. When they open the gates, we strike.
The longer we delay, the longer Tomoe remains in danger.
She can take care of herself. Survey the battlefield. What can we use to our advantage?
Hornet nests. One shot.
Sorry about that.
It could stir them up.
The Mongols will face the sting of insects and arrows.
Those barrels could do some damage.
We'll find out.
An arrow in those hanging lights will kick up sparks.
And start fires.
They have many archers.
They're skilled, but we are better. When the gates open, distract the enemy and rain arrows on their heads.
Then we storm the fort and free Tomoe.
Good. Now we wait.
They're opening the gates.
Wait for my signal. Get ready. Now, send them to their ancestors.
Done? Ow.
Not bad, Sakai.
There are more inside.
Not for long. Let's find Tomoe.
With Fort Nakayama of Mongols. Okay. See if anybody has anything that we can use. Other than arrows, I guess not. Whoa. Says this one. Who's he shooting? Oh, somebody up there. Ow. Ow. Oh, Lord Sakai is not in a good state. Okay. Just look around while we go. Which we did. So let's finish looking around. Get everything that we can. Let's see that we see. Explosive arrows.
Slain prisoners.
Tied up. Killed with arrows.
Tomoe isn't... Wait, this pendant belongs to her. Search the fort!
I already did.
These arrows are Japanese.
They're Tomoe's arrows.
You are sure?
I taught her to make the knock with deer horn. And that curve of the eagle feathers.
So the Mongols took her weapons?
The shots are tightly clustered. No Mongol shoots Japanese arrows with such skill.
Huh. Then they allowed her to use a bow.
At the inside or outside? Inside.
A scroll. Archery terms with Mongolian translations. Your name is mentioned.
She was teaching them my way of the bow.
That ain't good. Why is she teaching them?
Someone's personal quarters.
A woman's kimono.
Tomoe's kimono.
The Mongols freed her. Why?
Do you hear that?
A survivor.
So cold. We're looking for a woman, an archer.
The Mongols caged her with us. But they set her free. Gave her armor and a bow. She killed my wife. And the others.
The bodies we found.
She proved her skill to the enemy. And they recruited her.
Please. It hurts. Don't leave me.
I've seen enough. Let's go. I should have killed her.
Sensei?
Tomoe won her freedom. And she joined the Mongols.
Why would she do that? What happened?
I pushed her too hard.
Pushed her how? What are you hiding? Sensei! I demand an answer.
She attacked me. Not bandits. Tomoe.
Why?
She has no idea what it means to be samurai.
You drove her to the Mongols.
Do not judge me.
Do not lie to me.
I can't let Tomoe teach my way of the bow to the enemy.
Then we will stop her.
This is my fight. I don't need your weapon.
No, you need me. Victory is won by warriors, not weapons.
Lord Shimura raised you well. We'll hunt Tomoe together, but we do it my way.
And when the time comes, you will help rescue my uncle.
You have my word, Sakai. I will prepare to hunt Tomoe. When you are ready, meet me at my dojo.
We can't rescue my uncle alone. I need more people to join our fight.
Fine lady Masako Adachi. If she's still alive, she's one of the finest warriors on the island.
Five more ghost flowers. Retail updates. Okay, this is... Wait, so this is Lady Masako, the new mission. Blood on the Grass. Travel to the coast by the Kishi grasslands. Yeah, so this is... Oh yeah, this is the Straw Hats. The mercenary Straw Hat Ronin. Maybe rough around the edges, but I could use their blaze to help rescue Lord Shimura. I should look them up and see if they're open to some work. Apparently they've been seen hunting Mongols in the Kishi grasslands. Okay. Sensei and the student. Not that. Alright, so now we could go back to the dojo. Disabled. Why is it disabled? Is it because of that animation? Yeah. Okay, anyway. We should get Kiyoshi Springs as well. I guess this is nothing. This. Oh, a yellow bird. But this is the dojo.
Quickly, Nobu.
And there's Ishikawa. Oh, okay. Thank you, bird. And ghost flower. Hey there, Jet. Welcome in. Time to find a hot spring and get cleaned. We are about to. Down there. I do wonder what we get, if we get anything from that. How are you doing, Jet? Maybe compose a haiku? We did compose a haiku before. It's not long ago. We composed our first haiku. Well, first haiku of this playthrough. Just got home. Some Taco Bell. Okay. Well, enjoy your Taco Bell.
Lord Sakai, I studied poetry with your uncle.
Hey, dude.
The Mongols have taken Lord Shimura captive.
He will endure. He is strong and resilient, skilled in the art of combat and poetry. Do you practice haiku, my lord?
There's no time during war.
War is the reason to make time. Haiku allows one to concentrate, eliminate chaos.
To find peace.
Precisely. My favorite place to write lies atop the cliff. It is one of many such places. If you look, you will find inspiration all across Tsushima.
I hope I can find quiet places like this one, untouched by war.
Look for the birds. They will show you the way.
Okay. Oh, there it is. So there, haiku. I'm doing alright. Reflect on serenity. Tearing up cheesy beef burrito right now. Feel the earth below. Whispers through the trees. Clear skies and clear mind. But they are close to springs. That's why I said that. I never noticed that. A cool bed beneath the stars. Swaying freely in the wind. protected from the harsh sun. Swaying freely in the wind. Wing ever strong. Beckoned by the warmth. A sturdy defense. Growing ever strong.
Clear skies and clear mind. Swaying freely in the wind. Growing ever strong. The old man was right. My spirit feels at peace, strong. I should compose more poems.
No ghost flower for that? No. Actually, yeah, let's go down here. What the heck, Jet? Hiroshi Springs. Hiyoshi Springs. I can't even read. No, no, don't go out. Pick that up. Hi.
Forgive me, my lord, but you look fatigued. Have you endured much hardship?
You wouldn't believe it if I told you. But yes, I could use a rest.
You should visit my sister in Hiyoshi Springs. I was sick, so she insisted I bathe in the waters. I could feel the life returning to my body.
Sounds like just what I need.
That is where we were going.
My lord, would that be the blade of Clan Sakai?
Your favorite armor set so far that you've tried? My favorite one is this one, the Sakai armor.
You know your swords?
That is one worth knowing. I've heard tales of its sharp edge and beauty, but I never dreamed I'd see it in person.
It has been some time since I trained on a bamboo stand.
I would be honored to see your blade in action.
Oh yeah, let's do this. Bamboo stand. Hero of Tsushima armor. I don't know which one that is. Major increase to health, reduce all damage to a moderate amount. Okay. Massive and major. Nicey. I'm not sure. The Ronin is also nice because I do a lot of stealth, like doing a lot of stealth. There's the after leaving Pampas grass while crouched, enemies will be significantly slower to detect you. Hey there, Silver. Welcome in. How you doing? I do like the Sakai armor because of the standoff streaks. And the terrifying enemy as well is good. Is that only 2? I thought it's more. I remembered it being more. I guess not. Fine as fuck, what the heck. Switched around a lot too during the chapters. I don't... Oh yeah, the ghost armor. That's the other one that I like. Reduce enemy detection speed by 40%, reduces the number of kills needed to enter ghost stance by 2, and kills have a 30% chance to terrify a nearby enemy. and add plus 10. Yeah, plus 10% when it's all the way upgraded. But since we just restarted, it's not. We have the last upgrade on everything still to be done. The who I was fighting, Matsusakai fits me best for my playing style. I don't like that fear sometimes because it messes with your combos when they run. I'm fine with that as long as I don't have to kill them, many of them. This is semi-nice for the disguise part, the Mongol commander's armor, but What's this? The Traveler. And this is what I was talking about. Where is it? Traveling clears 30% more fog of war on the map. 60% if it's all the way upgraded. I guess this is okay as well for the running and sprinting. And it reduces enemy detection as well by 40% if it's upgraded. This is the archery. Sarugami armor, which one is this? Regular parry is disabled. Perfect parry becomes a chain of 3 attacks. And perfect dodge becomes an attack that blinds enemies. All resolve gains are increased by a massive amount. Or colossal amount, okay. And perfect parry and perfect dodge windows are increased by a major or massive amount. Okay. I do not remember this actually. And that's it. Oh yeah, let's do this. Let's cut some bamboos. Just to help a lot on certain situations, especially duels. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
The Sakai steel is a truly fine blade, wielded by an even finer swordsman. But training with bamboo will only make you stronger.
I'll need strength for what lies ahead.
There are bamboo stands throughout the island. They will help sharpen your skills on the journey. Farewell, my lord.
Ghost flower. Okay. So basically for everything we get ghost flower now. For everything that we were getting other stuff for. Oh, I think that's her. That's who we have to talk to.
Oh, you must be weary from battle.
Together against the enemies, specifically depending on their specialties. Yeah. Love that about this game. It's been a while since armor types really mattered and made a difference in games. So it's typical RPGs and MMOs and such. Yeah.
Come, soak in the healing waters of these hot springs. Replenish your strength for the challenges to come.
I must be at my best for all of them.
Then follow me, my lord.
We're gonna get ghost flowers for this as well.
Bathing in the hot springs restores your spirit, and if you make a habit of it, the waters will grant you a long and prosperous life.
They would have already. Or maybe they will when we least expect it. I'm not leaving somewhere I feel safe.
Enter here. The waters are warm and calming.
Can't hear any sound from here.
Our samurai. They gave everything to protect us. I will not forget them.
Reflect on Sensei Ishikawa or Lady Masako.
Sensei Ishikawa should visit this place. I wonder if he's ever relaxed in his life. He's strung tighter than his bowstring.
What the heck?
Such an improvement. Surely he will triumph over our enemies.
I feel ready to take on the whole Mongol army. Thank you.
It was my pleasure. There are hot springs all over the island. Make use of them. Take time to heal and reflect. The practice will keep your body ready for battle, my lord.
Okay. Now goes flower for this?
Is it just me?
I guess not.
Has the millet gotten worse?
You're probably just as sick of eating it as I am. It really likes it.
The samurai will never defeat the Mongols in the armor as
All right.
What do you expect him to do?
You've heard Yamato's story of the legendary armor.
If I get the
That's the one.
a game, I know what I'm gonna do all day long. What the heck? Oh, samurai armor must get really heavy when they get wet in the rain and soak up water. Some of that water, yeah. Must mix all day long. What is that? Why do I not have that? And it's back. There. Huh? What is that? Oh, legend storyteller. Okay.
Innocent people because he's evil. Some say he did it because of the Penguin's curse.
My horse? I don't know. Somewhere up, I think. Uphill. But we're gonna get it in a sec once we get out of here. I don't like calling it in such places because it gets stuck in everything. Why? You're asking because of the armor.
It's difficult in these times, my lord.
Goodbye.
I
Ah,
told you exactly what the musician said. The legend says Uchitsune was cursed, not the bow. Same thing, if you ask me.
It's not. Uchitsune did nothing wrong.
I'm not having this argument with you again.
You ever wonder if it's true? That his legendary bow is on Tsushima?
If it is, and the Mongols find it, Tsushima is as good as lost.
other legend. Okay. Guess I could call it in here. Not that this. There's Noble.
My lord, the Mongols have taken the bridge leading into Hiyoshi Springs.
Many people travel that bridge. They'll be vulnerable to attack. I'll go there, see what I can do.
Thank you, my lord.
Well, we could actually go for that. Incident and Hiyoshi Pass. At Hiyoshi Pass. Both chat. I did start with New Game Plus, so it's kind of continuing. Fine horse looks extremely badass. Yeah, that's the Sakai horse armor. The Sakai armor and the Sakai horse armor. The Sakai horse armor you get from Ichi Island, the DLC, the expansion. Have yet to restart on Game Plus. Yeah, I said I played it through, and I said that I'm gonna do the new Game Plus on stream. A fan of the horse? Horse horns. The rest is killer. Yeah, I like it. Now, where do we have to go? Oh. Okay, so south. Should we go that way or this way? Okay, not that way, this way. There we get more discovered. Slightly off-road. Yeah, too bad that the horses don't have more different kinds of armor like your character does.
Faster, Nobu.
I should be, whenever I travel, I should be wearing the freaking traveler's outfit to get that 30% better, whatchamacallit, discovery. FOW, huh? Oh, fuck a word. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Quickly, Nobu.
Who is seeing us? They're running away. Oh, kinda.
Oh, I just heard something.
I really don't remember how to. I thought I remember being able to do something with that. Ow. Right back at you. There we go. The updated new GP drivers. I have absolutely no clue. I update whenever it comes up. So maybe? I don't remember. Nobu, where the heck are you? Oh, not that this.
That's my Nobu.
And yeah, I'm not doing good with the dodges and stuff. You can ask Leo earlier with one of the
Let's go, Nobu.
bosses. Not quite bosses, one of the commanders. What is happening here? Who are they fighting? The heck? What the actual is happening here? What the actual heck is happening here? That was weird. Okay. I'm not complaining. Got less dudes to fight. Bah. Two. Oh yeah, and one of them is that one back there is the commander. So yeah, earlier when I was fighting a commander, I just kept dying over and over again. I played 2 weeks ago and I've had 3 crashes on GCW. Last night and have yet to try it. I haven't had any crashes since 0.4, but shit, come on. Did after a previous update. Yeah, Grayson. Sounded juicy, Samurai Dogo on the prowl. Right. Go that way. I do remember now that actually I was using the ghost armor. So you know what? Oh, not that. This almost. Wait, what am I missing here? Oh yeah, the incident. Okay. Ghost armor. Ghost mask. And here, was I using? I think I was using the ghost headband. Yeah, I was using the ghost headband. Just these 2 guys. That's good. But I think this guy hears assassination. No, it doesn't. I remember something else. Somebody else kept seeing slaughter. Oh, he dead. I like being sneaky. Okay. So where's that thing? Right there. Right that way. Okay.
Good horse.
Nice decapitation. Lord, that looked yummy. What the heck?
Quickly, Nobu.
Oh, I got something nearby. I got a yellow bird. Where are you bringing us? Oh, this. Okay, I remember this.
Be brave, Banta! We'll save you, my boy! Stop it, you animals!
My lord! They've taken the bridge!
Tell me.
We were running for Hiyoshi Springs. The bridge looked safe, but the Mongols were in the ravine. They started shooting from below.
Someone's injured.
Banta, my brother's boy.
They're using him as bait. Tell your family to stay clear of the bridge. I'll stop this.
Incident at Hiyoshi Pass. Okay. We're gonna kill archers.
Screaming run! Your family's leaving you to die! Ulchilbek, Abrak Jijirsin Hunikin Ak.
6, 8, 11. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna do a bow. Okay, that's 3. Stop moving around. Oh. Oh. Don't you worry, I see you. Ow. Nobody else on that other side from what I see. I should just jump down there. Ah, dang it. I'm just gonna jump and kill them like that. Once that one turns as well. That thing. My sub. Yeah, I was talking about that last time. It's probably. I'm thinking of just disabling it. Like, I know I have a thick accent, but I don't think it's that bad. I guess it is. If I kill him, the other one is gonna see. He doesn't want to go back to... and now the other one runs. Seriously?
Jin.
What's happening?
We looked him in the eye. With courage. Cowards strike from the shadows.
Forgive me, Uncle.
Doşo, Tutin! Doşo! 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 Alek Dolcici! Doşo!
Is there anybody else left? It sounds like it, looks like it. Is this gonna... Nope. Okay, I tried. That was too far.
Keep screaming, run! Your family's leaving you to die!
Wait, where's the other side? The other side is already cleared. Good idea, bad execution. I know, right? Where am I again? From? Romania. Hold under the arrow shot. Pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
There's no other way.
Let's go back up. Let's go for those like this as well. Yep. All the remaining enemies. Nah. We're gonna kill them one by one. Actually, we should probably challenge me. Fuck it. Oh no, the challenge is like this. Oh, dang it. Where are the others? There's one more. Weren't there two more? That's right, we can't even do that because they know that we're here.
That's the last of them. Now for the boy.
Yeah. Okay. Forgot about these as well. Rescue.
Stop shooting!
It is over. Go to your family.
Thank you, my lord.
The
Bridge
boy.
is clear.
He does not look like a boy. Oh, hi. Hi. Bye. Oh, I have to talk to the guy. Go to safety.
The Mongols are gone. Did they scream?
Didn't you hear?
Isn't your concern. Take your family to Hiyoshi Springs. These roads are dangerous.
We will. Thank you.
Alright, incident at Hiyoshi Pass done. 3 ghost flowers. Okay. Town linen. And that's it. You look more mature at the younger age. Younger at older ages. Sounds like you went nuclear on the bridge. Not for long. Just until we came to talk to the dude. Not that, this. I keep pressing the wrong button. Now it's back again. Alright, so that way. The right way. Now, this is what I used to do. Now everything is starting to get back. Whenever I traveled, I went with the Sakai armor. And
show me your skill.
Because of this. And when I had to go into places quietly, I would go with the ghost armor. See one-hit executions. 2-3. Nice. Yeah. This is why I like this armor. Well, actually here it doesn't matter, but for when you have a lot of enemies. Because you have the 5 kills instead of just 3. That is also something. One thing is here. There more exactly. Dang it. Getting them a tune after destroying them. Might as well teabag the dudes. What the heck? Oh, fuck that. Wait up, Foxy. New resource. Oh, okay. And yeah, I do that. I do play a tune for the dead people. Now where did the fox go? Oh, there you are. Thought I heard you. I did that in my first playthrough as well. Kawaii Foxy. You're still here? Some of the places, or some of the times, I'm not sure, they wait around so that you can pet them. But I guess not this time. Nobu? Oh my goodness, he was all the way there. Come here! What are you waiting for?
Can't give up yet, boy.
Okay, anyway, yeah, that way. I do need a bio break though. So once we get to here, I'm gonna take one. Ooh, we should kill them. How many are there? More than 5. So we still gonna have 1 left. Yeah, we got the big ones as well. I think a couple of them. There, and he should be feared. Ring us. Not anymore. But he was. Berry, I'll eat some soup real quick. Alright, enjoy. Enjoy your soup, Silver. There you are. Okay, we're going the right way, kinda. I mean, mean, not kinda, we are going the right way, but I also want to check this out. This. Oh, I think I know what this is. No, no, no. You didn't see anything. Calm down. Oh, damn it. Go back in. Go back where you came from. Did that reset? Yeah, that did reset. Okay, good. Hey, that. Oh, that guy. They don't hear him. That's good, I guess. I could also stand off. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I saw a 5th. Maybe not. Don't see anything. Calm down. I guess I didn't see a 5th. Yeah, looks like 4. I don't know why. I counted 5.
Самурай буцаад ирнэ гэж мөрөөдсөн. Үрд нүгдэж чадахгүй. Бэлэн байгаарай. Чи харгу.
Look at that. Ow. Hey, you. What the heck? My goodness, what the heck is wrong with me? Sheesh. All right. Time for... This is not where we were coming. However, I am growing restless. I do need a pipe break. So I'll be back in a minute, guys. I know, but this is not where we were supposed to go. We were supposed to go there and take a bite break there. But we'll do that once we're back. So, BRB. Okay, and back. Needed some new stuff so that I can go buy a break later on again. Don't forget to hydrate, guys. Okay. To the right. To the that way. Some rum and coke. I'm not sure if that's hydrating, but okay. Out of orange juice. Got to get water. Where is all of it? Always good. Never to the points. Right. Okay, so that way. Alright. Noble. Drink at least a gallon or so of water daily. Me neither. I'm trying to drink more water whenever I'm at work. Oh, another fox den. Alright. I specifically got
Show me the mighty samurai skin.
a bigger bottle. Sort of like a thermostat. I mean, thermos. To drink more water at work. Okay, I'm here. Where are we going? Oh, it's out here in the open. Well, open-ish. Oh, they disappeared from here as well. Ah, dang it. No, well. These 1-liter bottles of nasty iced teas. I fill them up with water, about 80% of the expansion. I have 6 of these in the freezer. I just pull one out. Lasts me a good 3-4 hours of cold water. And like 4 or 5 of those a day. They're frozen, so I have frozen water next to me. And now when I'm drinking alcohol, you lied. Okay, there's another thing out there. I wonder if that is still there. Oh, and we have the lighthouse. We have to light that as well. Hidden Springs Forest. Oh, we do have the yellow bird, so probably. Pillar of Honor. Yep, one ghost flower. Okay, so we get ghost flower for this as well. It's nighttime. And nighttime is good as well. That. Hey, you didn't get stuck in the bamboo. Nice. Ah, shit.
Show me your skill.
Achievements. Achievements, yes. Oh, there's still more. Yes, the achievements I did. But I didn't get all the collectibles. But it doesn't, that doesn't have to do with the achievements, so. Yeah, the only achievements that I have left is the PvP ones, which I don't care too much about, and to finish the game in New Game Plus. All the other achievements I got. Play him the flute while he bleeds. What the? No, no. What the heck? Stealth and I. We didn't do the PvP. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe I have some co-op as well. I don't know if you guys can see this. No, you cannot see the Steam overlay. In progress. Reach rank 20 in any role. Win a Legends Rivals match. Complete the final wave in Gold Survival. Okay, so I'm sorry, not PvP. In the Legends, there are some that are not PvP. Bind a piece of gear to a class. Purify a cursed piece of gear. Complete all 3 raid chapters. Reach rank 20 with all roles. Summon 5 shades in a single Rivals match. So yeah, the Rivals ones are the PvP. The other ones are not though. So I did some of the Legends achievements, but not all of them. Co-op has 2. Oh, most of these except one, I think, is all Legends. Is all co-op. And then I have a Legend for all time, which is Complete Jin's Journey in New Game Plus, which is what we're moving towards right now. Let's see. Legends. I don't know where to leave the past behind and accept the burden. No. Oh, I guess I didn't get any of the Legends one. It seems like. Have yet to try co-op as well. Well, we can play it if you want. I did, so the co-op, how it works, you can actually do the story of the co-op solo as well. So that is what I actually did. I did whatever I could in a co-op solo. But yeah, I would like to try out actual co-op as well. Ariake Lighthouse. Does it have to be co-op? Didn't know it could be done solo as well. Yeah, I've done everything in the base game first. Be sure, because I wasn't sure like if I can come back or what exactly that Legends is. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. So I did everything in the base game and the campaign, and then I went to Legends and checked it out, and that's how I found out that you can do it solo as well. You can do from solo up to 4 players, from what I remember. But it's only it has multiple things. It has like sort of a mini campaign-ish part with the story, which you actually have to complete to get how should I explain? You have a lady somewhere in the campaign in here. And you have to do it. There's 9, if I remember correctly, 9 Legends maps, so to say, that you have to complete. And after that, you go back to the lady, and you basically what you do is, dang it, come on. Basically, what you do is you tell the story that happened and what you played in those Legends to her. I think, if I remember correctly, that is in. Oh, well, I don't have it, but yeah, down here on Ichi Island, she's on the she's there. Somewhere in the middle of each island, I think. But in that case, you are missing that achievement as well. Because there is an achievement. I don't remember if it's specifically for that, or if it's achievement to do the secret missions. It's one of those. And that's more like why I did that Legends as well. All right. Let's go and meet Lady Masako. Lady Masako. Oh, that sounds like a bear. Yep. Hi. Yeah, missing a couple on Ike Island. I think one more haiku. Dude, the hardest one, I think, for me was to do all the archery challenges, or whatever they're called. I actually had to get all the charms and the outfit that brings up the timer. Oh shit. Come on. Fuck it. Is this one guy alone? I guess. Especially, I don't remember which one exactly, but one specific archer challenge. It took me so many times, so many tries. You have 10 more than I have on Steam. Okay.
You're a good horse, Nobu.
I'm mostly on that island. Wait, where is it? There was a compare somewhere. My achievements compared. There we go. Okay, so Iki Island. Complete all Legends mode stories on a single difficulty. Okay, so that's the one. That. Obtain all base game achievements. Okay, so you probably didn't do something here. Kill an enemy with fall damage by knocking them off a ledge. That's one that you didn't do. That's for the base game. But is Spirit of the Monkey on Saruiva. Dress up as a legendary thief. Honor the unseen. Go to 10 hidden altars across Tsushima. That's another one that is in the base game. Promising start, complete a Legends mode story. Okay, that's Legends. Friend to all raiders, complete all Tales of Iki Island. Pride of Ishikawa. Achieve bronze or higher on all archery challenges. This is the one that I was talking about. But that's Iki Island as well. Chiyoko's Song, complete all animal sanctuaries. That's also Iki Island. Favor of the Kami. Find and honor all of the Shinto shrines on Tsushima. I think that's base game, the Shinto shrines. I think, I'm not sure. Dirge of the Fallen Forge. Play the Lament of the Storm at a friend's grave. That is in a base game. Well-rounded warrior. Complete all haiku, onsen, Shinto shrines, and bamboo strikes on Iki Island. Okay, that's Iki Island. Elegy for Kazumasa. Complete all memories of your father. That's Iki Island as well. Mind, body, and spirit. Complete all hot springs, haiku, Inari shrines, and bamboo strikes. That's the base game. That's another one that you gotta do. Light the way, rekindle all the lighthouses of Tsushima. That's a base game, I think. I don't remember lighthouses on Iki Island. And all the rest are actually done. Oh, there's one more. Grand opening. Purchase something from Baku the Voiceless in New Game Plus. Okay, that's New Game Plus. Oh wait, do I have that? I didn't purchase anything from him. The heck? That's weird. I did not play New Game Plus before this. And I didn't purchase anything from him now. So what the heck? I guess you just have to talk to him, or I don't know. That's weird. Play through towards the end, I just started focusing on the story. I didn't realize that I missed that much. When the story picked up, I was locked in. I didn't do much side stuff or explorations. I did do all the duels though. I think I did most before I finished the story, but I did some afterwards as well. The New Game Plus should count, right? Whenever we play it. What do you mean? The New Game Plus should count when you replay it. Some of the missed achievements. I would think so. I'm not sure, but I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. It doesn't say anything, and you still have them in New Game Plus as well, so you don't get what do you call it? Resolve or what the heck? Whatever stamina or not stamina, whatever it's called, the circles. You get ghost.
Clan Adachi's estate. Lady Masako should be here.
You get ghost flowers from finishing them now in New Game Plus.
Lady Masako! Warriors of Clan Adachi! Is anyone here? You tell him! Go to Kakalo!
Come outside. We don't all fit there. Come here. Come closer. Come.
Tell me where she is.
Okay, then don't tell me. Oh, not that. This. Lady Masako. Hey, look, they had a few seconds to tell me. They didn't, so it is what it is.
Not Mongols, and not bandits. I need to find out what happened here.
Okay. Oh, right in here.
Someone forced their way in. I need to know who did this. A naginata, used by the women of Clan Adachi. They fought to defend their family. They were trying to escape, past the children through the window. If anyone survived, they may have fled on horseback. Better check the stables.
Bones, okay.
Empty stables. Someone took the horses. Blood's dry. Horse tracks. Someone fled the estate. They left a trail.
What does what taste like? I don't know, I wasn't, what the heck? Wasn't tasting it.
Archers were hunting the rider. The rider was skilled, knew how to confuse their aim.
No, don't do this to me.
The fallen horse. This horse belonged to Clan Adachi.
What the heck?
Dead for days. Lady Masako, it's me.
Jin Sakai. They said no samurai escaped Komoda. My husband.
I'm sorry.
Adachi died a warrior's death, defending our home.
Our home. Why have you come?
The Mongol Khan has captured Lord Shimura. If your clan joins me, we can save my uncle and avenge your men.
Clan Adachi is dead. Massacred by our own people.
Traitors. Why would they kill those who swore to protect them?
I intend to find out.
I'm coming with you.
No, do not set aside your concerns for mine.
The family of samurai are my concern. I know what it means to be the last of one's clan.
I cannot be responsible for your death.
You won't be.
Ride with me.
The Tale of Lady Masako. You like her sword wrappings? It's her collar. Oh, that blue, teal, green, whatever, turquoise, whatever, cyan. Yeah, that. Okay.
They were waiting to finish what they started. The night my husband and sons rode to face the Mongols. The assassins came to our home. My sister took the children and fled. I stayed with my sons' wives to fight our attackers. We were outnumbered. And then I was the only one left.
That's how it ended for me at Komoda.
For me, it wasn't over.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do we have something to pick up here? We most probably do.
I buried them here with the rest of our family.
Actually, maybe not here.
I tried to save them, but the assassins caught them on the road. Cut them down. My sister. My grandchildren. Even little Natsu. She was just born. All I could do was bury her with her mother.
This never should have happened.
My sister should have been buried with her husband in the north. But at least she's with family. Come. We ride for the Golden Temple.
Sorry you endured this alone.
I am not alone. The killers are alive.
Had you seen these men before?
No. They were from another prefecture.
who made a well-planned attack on our samurai estate.
This was no bandit raid. Someone wanted to eliminate my clan.
I want her bow. Maybe we got that color as well. Hey there, Shadow. Did you change your name again? Welcome in. Thank you very much for that resub.
You'll have to go in without me. Find the monk named Sogen and tell him the fate of Clan Adachi.
What are you plotting, Lady Masako?
Indulge a grieving widow. Once you've talked to Sogen, find the armorer. She is repairing something for me. I want you to have it.
I will do that. Thank you.
I will wait for you on the other side of the temple.
Now me. Jet wants the bow. Her bow. Let's actually see. Do we have that? A longbow. Nah, we don't have her skin. But wait, this actually, I know this is it. Yeah, but still, we don't have her skin. And I go back to that. Okay. I forgot to tell me. How are you doing, Shadow?
Lord Sakai.
Yeah, what's
it
up?
is an honor.
Thanks.
Are you in charge here?
I think of myself as more of a servant, my lord. Please, call me Junshin. I made this temple a haven for our people.
I'll spread the word.
If they cannot make the journey, there are also camps around Ariake. I supply them with all the food I can spare.
That's good to know. I'm looking for one of your fellow monks, a man named Sogen.
I believe he is sweeping the temple deck.
Thank you, Junshin. Continue your good work.
Have to go inside the tiger's cave to catch the cow.
Okay. Before going to speak with him,
The Mongol emperor's throne sits
I'm gonna speak with her. Doing okay-ish. Got some family stuff. That's yeah, no bueno. Oh, a no bueno family stuff. That is no bueno.
As if losing our homes wasn't bad enough. We have to see Mongols in them as well.
I've seen too many homes raided, burned to the ground.
They took a home nearby a few days ago. The man who lived there won't leave the area. He keeps begging for help.
I'll try and find him.
Location? A place to call home. Alright. Speak with the sweeping monk first. I guess the other side.
Are you Sogen?
I am.
I am Sakai.
A samurai. Alive?
I have a message from Lady Masako. Clan Adachi was attacked. She is the only survivor.
The Mongols.
Traitors. Our own people.
How horrible.
Has anyone suspicious passed through the temple? A group of armed men?
Not that I've seen, but my duties keep me far too busy. Please tell Lady Masako she's welcome to take refuge here.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
Alright, and now I'm gonna go speak to the armorer.
I need to find the armorer.
Love this game, by the way. I remember. I remember. It is a good game, a very good game.
Permit me to refine your armor, my lord.
Lady Masako sent me. Said you were repairing something she wanted me to have.
The armor. It's one of the finest sets I've ever worked with. Let me get it.
That is gonna change us into this armor,
Suits
isn't
you
it?
perfectly, my lord. The quality is incomparable. It will serve you well, but if anything isn't to your liking, I can always make alterations. All I need are the right materials.
Thank you.
Yep, of course. I don't want to change armor though. Let's stick to the Sakai armor. Alright. Wait, why is that blue? I did not have a blue bow. I don't know what color it was. It was red. Which red? I don't know. But we're gonna keep it blue. It's not bad. Midnight Shark. New armor. Yeah. So peaceful and yet got enough violence to perfect the game. What the heck?
You got the armor.
Right. It would take some time, that's for sure. That's not the button.
It fits well.
It belonged to my eldest, Shigesato.
It is an honor. I spoke to the monk.
What did Sogen say?
He offers you refuge in the temple.
So my family's killers know where to find me. We need to move.
Okay.
You think Sogen is behind the massacre?
He visited my home just before the assassins. The little bastard was their scout.
That doesn't prove his guilt.
No, but it earns my suspicion. Sogen arrived from Kamiagata at the beginning of autumn.
When we first heard the Mongols plan to invade.
The plot to destroy my clan took precision, planning,
And a war to cover the treachery.
Where is that monk?
There's Sogen, leaving in a hurry.
Let's follow the wolf to his den.
Pieces you need a second person for as well. Yeah. I need to go. He doesn't need bufflings. What the heck? Oh shit.
You sent me to frighten the monk.
I knew he would panic, make a mistake. Now he's leading us to his friends.
Stay close. We can't be seen. Hide.
Did he see us?
I don't think so. He's moving again.
Let's go.
Just deer.
This way, which way? Oh, we have to get to the entrance, really?
Masako's alive. She has a samurai with her.
That's the man of the estate.
You fools. Now they know I'm part of this. You have to find them.
Keep your voice down.
I'm going inside. Don't come back until they're dead.
Those men slaughtered my family. Spare the monk. The rest can die.
Stand and fight me!
Ah, shit. Really?
I'll put that sword to good use after you're dead.
Ah, shit, I thought that he is going to attack me. Dang it. Okay, let's do this again.
Show me the mighty samurai's skill.
Come on, once more. Oh, that's gonna be you. Oh my goodness, what the heck?
Let's go.
That was bad. Anyway, they're all dead. Except the monk. Oh, he's upstairs.
There's nowhere to run, Sogen.
You destroyed Clan Adachi.
I was only a messenger.
For who?
Knowledge does not end suffering.
You know nothing of suffering.
Masako.
I buried my family, one by one. It took days. But I'm going to leave you for the wolves.
We need him alive to tell us who he serves.
Our world has changed. Men of vision must rise to face it. And those in the way must be removed.
They were children!
Masako!
Well, okay then.
He was never going to talk.
We still need information. There has to be something we can use. Search outside. I'll deal with things in here.
Find me when you're done.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna find out anything from him.
Payment for slaughtering children is that all their lives were worth. Names. And a symbol.
Shogun Sadao Mai Kajiwara Omura.
Masako might know them.
Is that it? I guess that's what we were looking for. There's something satisfying about killing the dudes with shields. Like it feels so good.
Did you
That-
find anything?
The shield dudes are annoying for me. check his wallet, what the heck?
A list of names and a clan symbol.
I found the same symbol on these men. I've never seen it before.
A rival clan, moving in to take control. We have to stop them.
I will.
You cannot do it alone. When my uncle hears of this, he will not rest until the traitors pay for what they did. Help me, and we will bring down everyone who hurt you.
Together. When you need help rescuing your uncle, I will be there.
Thank you, Lady Masako.
Until that time, I have work to do.
And there we go. We've met Lady Masako as well. So now we have only the Ronin to meet. The headman, meet Masako at Golden Temple. I so much want to kill them. Well, the guys with shields. Such a relief in game, obviously. I guess. That's why I kept dying earlier to one of those shield guys. Well, it wasn't just one of those shield guys, it was a commander, but still. It was a shielded commander. Right. There's the Golden Temple. We're gonna actually go to the Golden Temple. And we're gonna call it from there. Because it is past 10 PM for me. Still got work to do tomorrow, so is it here? Let's go. Let's take this one. First I get it. I was getting annoyed at them first time I played the game. But I get what you mean though. Oh shit.
I shall you.
Ah, shit, the guy. Is there anybody still alive besides you? I guess not. And I guess nobody dropped anything. Oh, he dropped something. But it's just some kunai, so we don't care about that. Come on, Nobu.
Someday we'll go for a peaceful ride.
All right. That was closer than I
Now us.
expected. Okay, I'm not starting a new mission. Oh, dang it. But we're going to end up at the top. Where did you play this, Shadow? PC or console? Both? Oh, okay. If I alt-tab out, it goes to there, of course. So we gotta come here. Get some music done. Up, whatever, stuff. Gonna do the same thing as with Wildlands. Wait, can we go up? Like other than that? Orbit.oqe. That's not too far. Okay. Wow, anyway. Okay, this way I can alt-tab out. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. So, perfectly normal behavior to climb a packet up with a hook. It is in this game. Alright guys, when it first released on PS4 and then after on PC. Okay, I see. Yeah, this is the game, new game plus. We started again. But basically we do have everything in the new game plus. Except the last upgrade of each item. Alright guys, but anyway, I'm gonna be calling it here. Thank you very much for everybody for coming in. Next stream is gonna be either tomorrow or the day after, I think. I'm not sure about tomorrow, but the day after possibly. So I do hope to see you there, guys. Probably next week. Oh wait, what's the day? Today is Wednesday. Ah, dang it, I should have not done it on Wednesday. And Wednesday is basketball day. I just didn't go today. But anyway, maybe Tuesday, or I don't know. One of the days, we will most probably have one of the days specifically for Ghost of Tsushima. But we will see. Anyway, you guys are on Discord. If you're not, then join up and you will see whenever I go live. Or follow here if you're not already. And you will see when I go live. And yeah, other than that, I wish everybody a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. And you guys have a good one there. I see you guys.